Good afternoon, baseball fans. Today, this matchup, USC Aiken Pacers against the Lander Bearcats. Leading off for the Bearcats, Mr. Matt White. I'm Chip Herring, and I'm joined by the illustrious Brent Hager.
Yeah, thanks, Chip. It's good to be here. And Matt White comes into the game batting 195 on the season. He's playing shortstop for the Bearcats. On the mound for the Pacers is Connor Riley. This is his third appearance of the season. As he misses outside 3-0 now.
And big, after Eric Davis's performance last night, kind of a big shadow to follow as first batter was walked.
Not the way you want to start for the Pacers.
No, it's going to bring up Zach Daly to the plate for the Bearcats.
Daly, the center fielder, batting 317 on the season, slugging 512, already has 10 RBIs, through 11 games, so not bad at all.
No. And again, to go back to what Eric Davis did last night in his time here at USC Aiken, it's probably the best outing I've seen for him.
It's probably arguably one of the best outings in recent history for USC Aiken, aside from the 18 strikeout performance from Forrest Kumis last year at Georgia Southwestern.
Great effort by Eric Davis. Eric with a K.
Yes.
As I tweeted it out with a C, and I apologize to the Davis clan if they would happen to follow me on Twitter.
You can hope that you don't have that many followers, so you should be good.
Well, I'll take the 3 or 4 I have.
As Riley fires a strike in there. 0-1 the count. But following Daly in the lineup is going to be Lusignan at first base, Berry at the DH, Mangum at catcher, Kellner at left field, Jones at second base, Dodd at third base, Curtis is in right field as Riley misses there, and Rogers will be pitching for the Bearcats.
Yeah, that ball slipped. It got away from him just a little bit, even the count 1-1. Looked like it had great potential as a breaking ball. The release point was a little early.
Like several of my pitches, it starts out high and outside, and it just never cuts back in.
Yeah, they just call that a wild pitch. So the 1-1 pitch, and the batter calls timeout. Pacers getting a convincing win, 8-2 last night.
Absolutely, and what's arguably probably one of the best matchups on paper and for the season. As White acts like he's going to run, but then John's back over to first as Daly fouls it off. 1-2 the count. And Pacer fans, we have a lot of action going on, for USC Aiken today. We have baseball at home now. Softball is on the road at Limestone currently. Tennis is at home at 2:30. Basketball 5:30, 7:30. Senior night for women's basketball, cheer and dance. So if you get over here for the Convocation Center tonight, come on. Pull out the smartphones, computers, watch live stats for everything else.
Yeah, a whole lot of. If Pacer sports is your addiction, you should be well nurtured. What's the word I'm looking for? Nurtured.
Yeah,
today. Not neutered.
It was a long night yesterday after about a 3-hour game or so.
Yeah, but we made it through. We're good. It's good to be back. The 2-2 pitch.
He's going to look over at first, and
Riley definitely very slowly methodical in his approach. And whatever that pitch is, he needs to let it go because it's not coming back.
I was ready for you to break out the rendition of, Let It Go.
Let it go. Yeah, not this early.
I'm used to my niece singing it, that's all.
You got to warm up the pipes before I start hitting those high notes.
Absolutely.
So the count is full. Runner's going. High shot into center field.
Deep center field is going to get Price on his
Mitchell Price is all the way back to the wall, and he misplayed that one, and it's going to roll about 25 feet away from him. He gets back in. So we have a runner on third as
Lander makes it.
Lander scores 1. That was just a Mitchell Price. Just kind of lost lost where he was at. That ball hit about 3 feet above the ground on the wall. It was a great hit.
And right next to him, and it's a little bit overcast. Well, it's very overcast here today. And, he could have very easily lost it in the sun, but that's something other than the natural.
Of course, Coach Nolan Belcher is going to come out and have a word with his pitcher, and I guess we'll give him a second to do that. We'll be right back right after this. And we're back. Signan then at the plate for the Lander, and he takes a quick shot. This thing going to fly shallow right field, handled by Mikado. For out number one. So finally in a bat that doesn't lead to a score.
And hopefully he'll settle down a little bit right now after that. It's going to bring up Thomas Berry. He's batting .286 on the season, slugging .405. He's the DH today.
Good looking pitch, just missing the inside corner. Make the count 1-0.
And Coach Thomas already has some people traveling down to the bullpen real quick. And, you know, this is a crucial game. I remember a couple years ago, USC Aiken defeated Armstrong State pretty handily in the first game, about 17-1 or something like that, and then lost the next two games of the series. And this is a series that you have to win if you're USC Aiken.
Well, if you're hoping to make any kind of splash in the conference. See, that's where he wants that ball breaking. He's just missing right now. His count is now 2-1. Hot shot. That's going to get through the gap all the way into right field, and they'll score one. So good base hit by Lesignan.
Yeah, that was Barry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Lesignan popped
That's
up
right. Lesignan popped up.
He's going to bring up Mangum to the plate. And he's batting .278 on the season. Slugging .778. He already has 6 home runs. That's pretty impressive through 11 games.
Right. Well, we watched one of them last night and launched it.
It may not have landed still.
Yeah.
It reminded me of some of those Matt Bossy shots from last year.
Oh, that was Bossy, boy. I tell you what, when he got a hold of one, it was fun to watch.
To see how quickly it could go out of your eyesight, that's for sure.
That's right.
As Raleigh finds the strike zone there.
See Mrs. Ard in the stands wearing that Ard jersey. Been looking for that all season. Good looking pitch there. Finally getting ahead of the count, 0-2.
And it's nice to see the Ard family back in Aiken and in the crowd. And they could have been here earlier, but it was a little bit
They were
colder.
wearing jackets covering up those Ard jerseys.
Absolutely.
Hot shot fouled out of play. Oh, 0-2 pitch. Foul back to stay alive.
It looked like it would have been a ball, but at this point, you just don't want to take any chances at all.
Well, anything close. Just trying to stay alive, hoping he throws a mistake across the plate. Mangum has shown that he can mangle the ball.
Mangum, the 5'11", 204-pound upperclassman, and he looks a little bit bigger than that, though.
He does. He looks like he could be playing college football somewhere right now.
And he's a transfer from NC State, so you know he's got. I'm not going to say that. I mean, he was a former divisional player, so you know he's pretty good, and you can tell by his numbers anyway. He's a solid athlete.
Now Bossy
Was a transfer from Maryland.
From Maryland, okay. Good looking pitch there. Try to get him chased. Couldn't get it to come back across the plate, so the count is 2-2.
Chopper over top of the dugout and back down to the field of play.
Mangum showing a lot of discipline at the plate. Fighting off these pitches, close pitches. looking for the pitch. Pacer fans hoping he doesn't get it. Lander fans thinking quite differently. A little overcast.
Wind blowing out, left to right. And Riley misses low and outside.
Count is full.
And it looks like James Lynch is warming up in the bullpen already. I could be mistaken.
See a 38 out there.
Which that would be
James Lynch. And Mangum swings and misses. And a ball in the dirt, and he knows he
messed that one up.
Yeah, that was his finger just slipped on the trigger there.
It's going to bring up Taylor Kelly to the plate, batting .316 on the season. 12 hits and 38 at bats. Slugging .526. He's on base about half the time, so definitely someone that takes his time and can find a pitch to hit. Yes, if he went, and he
Check
did go.
Swing does go, and
much to the chagrin of a lot of the Bearcat Nation over here.
And I almost wonder if that wasn't a makeup for the earlier check, because the earlier check looked like he did go. This one, I gotta say, he didn't. Different batter, so I mean, sadly for him, he gets to.
No.
He gets to pay the price.
It's kind of like with the retaliation in baseball when someone else gets hit by the pitch.
Right. It's never the guy that, because he's usually not batting.
Right.
The ball missing the mark, 1-1.
Yeah, pretty good crowd for Saturday afternoon so far.
Mm-hmm.
People still wandering in, and why not? It's still the top of the first inning.
Haven't missed much. Easily handled by
Pereira.
And that'll retire the side, but not before. On 2 hits, the Bearcats get a 2-run lead as we head into the bottom of the first. See what the Pacers can answer back. Be right back. And welcome back. Skylar Mercado going to lead off for the Pacers.
Mercado batting .259 on the season. Slugging .333 and has a couple of extra base hits so far, and he's squaring off against Rogers on the mound.
Colton Rogers, lefty. Got Mercado to lift that one all the way back into deep right field, but easily handled for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out.
And Rogers comes into the game 1-1 on the season, has a 5.79 ERA, thrown 9.1 innings, struck out 10. Batters hitting .256 against him, but we'll see how he does here. And folks, But we'll go ahead and tell you real quick. With tonight's game at 5:30, we're going to be leaving about 5 o'clock today to get up to the basketball game. So hopefully it's done before then. Our stats crew, broadcast, everything has to go up to basketball at that point. But, we'll see how this game goes and keep you abreast of what's going on at that point. As Powell tries to bunt down there, and he was taken out down at first base. I think it was accidental, but
They were both trying to get to the same spot at the same time, and collision's usually going to be what happens. And the first baseman for Lander's pretty big guy. Right now, Chaz Powell is fully aware. Chaz, who's not a tiny guy.
no, he's not.
But when you're dealing with a 6'4", 220-pound beast on first.
And Pereira, nicely gives his bat back to him and says, use this. And
He's saying, I got your back because he's 6'4" himself.
he gives it back to
Back to Chaz Powell.
And, he's like, don't even bunt it. He's like, you're one of those guys that can knock it out of the park in a heartbeat. So forget this bunting thing and just go ahead and hit the ball just like that.
And he'll hit a shot straight back up the middle for an easy base hit.
And we'll see Powell and the first baseman converging a little bit, talking a little bit. And,
It's looking pretty friendly.
It is. And, just laughing about it now. And Powell's like, probably haven't felt like that if you played football growing up.
Seeing both of them kind of chuckle a little bit is a good sign.
Yeah.
It's a big rivalry, but it's not like a hate kind of thing.
Not at all.
It's always good.
Pretty much respectful.
Right, as Pereira digs in.
And Pereira being named the Peach Belt Conference Player of the Week last week, and also the Region Hitter of the Week, as he swings and misses that one.
And he is one of those guys from up here, you can tell he's pretty good size, but when you get down there and you're standing next to him, you realize he's a monster of a man.
Absolutely.
High chopper fouled down the first base line.
The 0-2 pitch. It's going to be interesting to see how Rogers holds on the runners being the lefty, and there he goes back to first. And kind of a slow move. I have a feeling he's got a quick move going over there as well.
Oh, yeah.
You'll
see pitchers just kind of slowly slide into their actual move. They'll make a few warm-up moves just to let you know that it does exist.
He throws another one back over there and getting ready for the pitch this time. Pereira chops one down the first base line, and great play by the first baseman who snags it and lands on first base for the out, but it's going to let Powell go to second. That's going to bring up Zach Moon, batting .313 on the season, has 10 hits, 4 of which have been extra bases, slugging .563 on the season, so definitely has a lot of pop in his bat.
Yes, he does. He can tie this game real quick. He launches into that ball, lifts it straight off the wall, and that's going to score one.
That's about the longest single you'll see.
Right.
He hit it so hard, I mean, he had no chance to.
Yeah, that was a laser shot. It just hit right about 6 inches above the surface of the wall, at the bottom of the wall, and that just launched it right back to the outfielder. He didn't have to get to it. He just turned around and throw it.
And you almost did maybe Moon think that was going to be a home run from the get-go? I mean, it looked like it was almost out of here. But
he just missed it. Just missed that one.
And you hate that. I mean, we saw that yesterday when Lander tied it up with one swing pretty quickly of almost the same exact spot.
That's right. And, as Banks comes up to the plate, one thing we meant, he tied a record here.
He did last night with 5 straight hits, tied a school record that was, it's been done 14 times in U.S. Aiken history, but twice last season, once by Cody Belcher and then by T.J. Costin. As Banks hits a high pop fly into center field, it should be a routine out, but Pacers get one back, so we're going to the top of the second. USC Aiken trails 2-1.
And welcome back as Will Jones leads off for the Bearcats.
He comes in the game batting 182 on the season. A couple RBIs, but struggled a little bit yesterday. But of course, everybody struggled after Eric Davis came in yesterday.
Right, and to go back to what we're talking about is that was pitch swung on and missed, counts 0-1. But we were so awed by Eric Davis, what he was doing, that we kind of didn't give Banks his due enthusiasm.
And it's one of those things
It's
where
a big deal.
where we didn't even almost recognize it until the end of the game.
Right.
I mean, just a great job by the newcomer to tie the school record, and give props to him. And I mean, it was a great performance all around for the Pacers yesterday.
Right. Riley looks like he's got that breaking ball working for him now. His release points been augmented, and
There's gets the strikeout there, but the throw to first. So scoring at home is KS 2-3.
And with his fastball and this breaking ball starting to work for him, I think you're going to look for a little bit more enthusiastic effort on his part. As Mason Dodd comes to the plate for the Bearcats.
And Dodd's batting 250 on the season. Has one homer and his 6 hits. Takes that one high, though, for ball 1.
That one missing, making the count 2-0.
Inside there, so it's 3-0.
That one will catch the outside corner, make the count 3-1. That one will miss, and that'll put a runner on first. That's going to bring up Jordan Curtis.
Right fielder number 6, Jordan Curtis.
And Curtis batting right at 300 on the season.
Riley steps off.
And Curtis from one of the towns I lived in for a long time in Tallahassee, Florida.
Heard of it. That pitch missing outside, 1-0.
They have a decent football program down there and baseball program. And
Tallahassee High School,
well, actually,
middle school,
his high school, Lincoln High School, actually
Lincoln.
pretty solid all around in sports.
Gotcha.
Um,
Can't think of any other football that'd come out of Tallahassee, Florida. Is that pitch called strike to even the count, 1-1?
no, none whatsoever. A little bit of sarcasm there, but
Not for me.
no. Curtis looks like he's going to be a solid athlete, though. I mean, batting 300. 11 games into his freshman season.
The 1-1 pitch. Check swing does not go. Big swing and a miss there. Looked like he about broke his ankles. Even the count 2-2.
It's like one of those golf swings from Happy Gilmore.
I just happened to see how his ankles kind of got contorted on that follow through, and it was pretty violent looking, but he seems to be all right. Good to be young. My ankles hurt just watching it.
2-2 count.
Nice looking breaking ball for strike 3.
And you could tell, but the ball was halfway down the into the strike zone. That you know what? That's gonna be strike 3.
Well, and that's that pitch Riley was trying to throw earlier.
That was missing by about 4 feet.
Yeah, his release point was off, and it was obviously making the ball miss its mark as Matt White comes back up to the plate.
White singled in his, he walked in his first at bat.
Riley taking a little longer than White would like. Quick timeout. Everybody back in business. Riley with a look, the windup, and the throw. Bended ball just outside, missing 1-0.
The wind blowing straight away to center field now.
Right off the handle to third base, and
Looks
it's
like
called a foul. That one looks like he caught White on his foot. That one hurts. So the 1-1 pitch. Check swing. And he does go around, making the count 1-2.
I'll take that.
As a Pacer fan, I will too. Not hearing a whole lot of protests from the Lander crew.
Usually that's just a sign of, hey, I did do that, so.
Fights that one off. Stay alive. 1-2 remains the count. So Riley gets the call. Here's the windup. That ball lifted high and down the third baseline. Left fielder calling for it. And squeeze for out number 3. So the Pacers hold them scoreless here at the top of the second. So we'll go to the bottom of the second. Trailing 2-1. We'll be right back. And welcome to the bottom of the second with Matt Schoen leading all four of the Pacers. First pitch missing low and away for ball one. Wind blowing. Wind just swirls up here, I've decided, here at the Burt. Big swing and a miss there. Even the count 1-1. Right now the flag's showing it's blowing hard to the right field. High chopper to third. Easy play for third baseman for out number one. That's going to bring up Tyler Ammerman. First pitch called strike. Second pitch called strike. A little bit farther out.
And Ammerman batting .250 on the season.
You had to reach up and get that one. That one's fouled into the picnic area. Over the picnic area. Out of play.
And thankfully, because they didn't move at all.
I was going to say, I'm looking at a little family out there on a blanket with a little girl, and they did not flinch. Big swing and a miss there by Ammerman for out number one. Or out number two, I apologize.
That's going to bring up Luke Westerberg, batting .190 on the season. He's been solid in the field, though.
And ball missing outside. This Lander pitcher likes to start. He works them out outside in.
And
when
then
he
goes
comes
inside. So it's winner win the count with as he fouled that one off.
That one missing outside. 2-1. So for him to try to bring that one a little bit closer in. See if we can get him to chase it. And he does. Fouled out of play to even the count, 2-2. Westberg gets that one off the end of the bat. Got the right fielder on his horse a little bit, but easily handled. Retire the side. So 3 up, 3 down. Pacers still trail 2-1. We'll be right back.
And we are back here in the top of the third inning as Daly steps back to the plate as he tripled to straightaway center field back in the first inning, drove in a run, and later scored.
That ball missing outside. Hot shot into right field.
And he's halfway to the cycle already, folks. He's got the hardest one out of the way, which is the triple.
Right.
And so,
The rest of it's piece of cake, right?
absolutely. And, even as we're broadcasting the game, we'll still keep up with that one because it's still a pretty impressive
Kind of,
feat.
yeah, anytime you see somebody hitting for the cycle, it's always kind of cool.
Yeah.
Even if he's the bad guy.
Or at least playing on the bad team. Or the opposing, sorry, not the bad team, the opposing team, I should say.
You're welcome.
No, it's just Lander, well coached, in almost every single sport it seems like that we face them in. And, good group of kids, good fans.
Some of my favorite opponents. Lander volleyball players.
It was fun to watch them make a run in the NCAA tournament this year.
It was. And I actually got to call that game. Sadly, we were already knocked out. And ball even account missing 1-1. Taryn Angermeyer, they're losing some seniors that I've just grown to love over the last few years. So they got some new players coming in. Ashley always does a great job.
And you can talk about their softball team from last year that, was up there. We ended up playing an extra inning game over there.
Runner going.
And he's going to be in there safely. So it looks like Daly's doing everything today.
Why not? Triple, single, steal.
Let's see if he does anything in the outfield, though. He's playing center field, so we're not going to critique him. We'll just see how he does today, though.
Right, as Lesignan awaits his 2-1 pitch. That ball swung on a miss, but that's going to allow the runner to advance as it gets past our catcher. Showing doing everything he can, but that one just scooted on through. So you got a runner 90 feet away from scoring.
Still nobody out here in the third inning.
Right. Signan's got a 2-2 count.
He popped up to Mercado in the first inning. He chops one foul into just over the dugout.
Just missed hitting it inside of his own dugout.
It was interesting to see yesterday when we had one that went to our dugout and you saw everyone scatter out of there real quickly.
I'm sure it's not as funny to them, but it's hilarious to us when we're up here.
As long as everybody's safe and it comes out okay, that's the most important thing. Then we can laugh about it.
We're protected by windows and a big net. And I shot down the first base line, but that's going to be fouled.
Israeli takes his time but gets the sign. He comes out in the stretch.
Big swing and a miss, but that one's going to scoot all the way back to the backstop. The Signet should have been running.
And he did.
And it's still going to work out that he ends up on first because it took everybody forever to realize what was going on.
So as a third strike, then you're going to have the scoring on the wild pitch, then an error on the catcher.
Designated hitter.
That's the way it should read. We'll see what they say on the scoreboard here in a second, but
you got to at least get that one error.
Absolutely.
On the throw. The throw was. Well, and then it goes back to he was just slow to recognize, hey, I probably need to get this ball as quickly as possible. Make the throw.
But regardless, it's going to be 3-1 now for the Bearcats. And we'll actually pull up live stats in a minute because sometimes the scoreboard and what they have stat-wise are a little bit different.
Right. Be curious to see how Riley responds to adversity here.
Good pitch. He got the strikeout pitch he's looking for.
It's Sean just not able to stop it from getting by him, and that's a good-looking pitch there. Even count 1-1. The runner on first, no outs.
And they did say that struck out swinging but reached on first on an error by the catcher.
That makes sense.
And they ruled it a pass ball, not a wild pitch. There's still nobody out in the third inning and no one warming up for the Pacers.
I'm not hating what I'm seeing from Riley. You know, especially now that he's got that breaking ball working for him. Probably be a good time to throw it right here. Nope, he's coming hard and keeping it low. Makes it count 3-1. Starting to see some fellas head out to the bullpen now. That ball missing inside. So runners on first and second. A little action in the Pacer bullpen. That's going to bring up Mangum to the plate.
Mangum struck out swinging in the first inning for the second out of the frame.
Pereira out giving his pitcher a little pep talk.
Now the Pacers will have someone up in the bullpen. Warming up in earnest, as it looks like it is James
Jimmy
Lynch.
Lynch.
Officially James Lynch on the roster, but he goes by Jimmy Lynch.
That's all when I see him, it's Jimmy.
That's all I've ever known him as, but we still have him as James on the roster.
James is so
Old school?
refined.
Yes.
That pitch missing. Mangum showing bunt. Pulled back for a 1-0 count. Pitch missing inside, 2-0. Sean will go out there and have a word with Riley. This may be to buy a little bit of time. Well, maybe not. One very long visit to the mound. So the 2-0 pitch. Runners on first and second, no outs. Riley tested. Gets him to swing and misses that one. 2-1. Would have been a 3-0 count had he not swung.
And I apologize about being quiet for a second. I was getting an email on the softball game that was going on right now. Play-by-play is running a little bit slow, and so one of the parents was emailing me, letting me know what was going on.
Nice.
I see that USC Aiken's up 2-0 going to the seventh inning of softball, with Hannah Price hitting her second career home run. But back to baseball as Raleigh misses high, 3-1 now.
Yeah, that was really like Mangum setting up for a bunt.
And good thing he did.
And that ball came over his head, it looked like.
Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Full count now.
Seeing some of our women basketball players leaving the Burt to head over to the Convo for their game today.
Yeah.
5:30.
Probably go to the training room for a little bit and
get some treatment.
We might be going to get some lunch real quick before going to the training room. And
that would probably be even more apropos.
More what?
Apropos.
Those are words I don't even know.
That ball missing high, and the bases are all of a sudden loaded. Riley definitely being tested here.
It's going to bring up Kellner, who grounded out to Pereira to end the first. And we are back here, still in the top of the third inning with 3 Bearcats on the base paths. Nobody out as Jimmy Lynch is in to pitch. He comes in the game with a 2.35 ERA. This is his 3rd appearance of the season. He's 1-0. He's worked 7.2 innings, and he was Mr. Save last season. He came in the game, and you know it was over with.
Yep, and he's one of those great personalities. Big Dave Matthews Band fan, which made he and I super close since he's been here.
He's also a Florida State fan, so that for
so
me,
he's all happy up here in the bullpen, or the press box, I should say.
And I didn't even realize that till a couple weeks ago when he was telling his girlfriend, who's on the volleyball team.
Came in with a
She came with a Florida State shirt on. They were talking about signing day, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" He's a Florida State fan, and so he just moved up the ladder on my people, but that are like, but good kid. He's always very respectful every time I talk to him, and
rocking an old school mustache. Not quite the Magnum PI stash, but not far from it.
Something like Tom Selleck would have back in the 80s.
Maybe more like Higgins' mustache. The 2-1 pitch. Bases loaded, no outs. It's just missing there, making the count 3-1. Hot shot into right field. And it's out of the ballpark. Grand slam home run. Lynch with a cheesy grin on his face, at least under that mustache. Not much you can do there. You come into a heated environment.
That's Connor's 2nd home run of the season.
The second baseman, Will Jones.
And that's going to bring up Will Jones to the plate. I got to appreciate Jimmy's response to it. I mean, as a competitor, he hated that, but there's a part of him that recognizes I don't want to say poetry of the moment, but it's just one of those moments you dig yourself into a hole. And
all you got to do is shake it off and just worry about the next batter, though.
That's right.
And, this is baseball where you see sometimes teams will get down 10, 12 to 1 and come back, and it'll be 15 to 12. I mean, you just never can tell in this game.
Although here, at the top of the 3rd, we trail 7-1.
Yeah, with nobody out, 0-2 pitch. Misses low to Jones, who struck out swinging in the 2nd inning. Lynch misses again outside. 2-2 the count.
Lets one out of play. Took a little bit off that one. Fouled out of play. Count remains 2-2. No outs.
Nice little sidestep move by the third base coach to get out of the way.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he sidestepped it or stumbled.
Either way, he got out of the way. That's the most important thing. And
Lynch took a little bit off that one, and it's sent straight into center field for out number one.
you can tell a little bit.
Pacer fans, a little enthusiasm out there
Or a
for
little
our first out.
Or sarcastic cheer, but I almost think it's probably a little bit more sarcasm. But either way, it's one Bearcat out of the way.
There is a relief factor there.
But that's going to bring up Dodd, who walked in the second inning. Lynch misses there, 1-0.
And he continues to miss 2-0. You know, hindsight being 20/20, obviously, I would have liked to have seen Riley work out if that situation, just to see how he handles it. I mean, granted, this is an important game. Any game with a conference foe is important, but kind of nice to see what kind of psyche the kid on the mound has when given the opportunity to battle.
Right. And, you know, if he gives up a base hit, that's even though I'm going to say, okay, after the base was loaded, you give up a hit or
Right.
walks him in, you know what, then pull the plug and see how it goes. But he got himself into the jam. Let's see how he goes afterwards. But Lynch induces a grounder to Pereira. That should be the second out of the inning.
Right fielder, Jordan Curtis.
Let's bring back up Curtis, who struck out. Back in the second inning. I was looking at my score sheet and I said I had messed up somewhere, but figured out what it was. And Lynch misses low, 1-0.
Ball missing outside, making the count 2-0. Lynch been pitching behind ever since he's been on the mound. A lot of Pacer fans like to see that amended. Just missing there, 3-0.
There's a strike there, so it's 3-1 the count with 2 away. And if you're just joining us, Lander scored 2 in the first. Pacers counter with 1 in the bottom half of the inning. Lander scored 5 so far in the top of the third, and going to the bottom of the third inning after the grand slam and another run, Lander leads 7-1.
And welcome back to the bottom of the third. Pacers trail 7-1. Mitchell Price bunts and gets on with a quick little speedy bunt. That's going to bring up Skylar Mercado up to the plate.
The second baseman, Skylar Mercado.
Hot shot into right field. Right fielder on his horse, and that's going to hit on the warning track, and that's going to get Price to third. And Mercado will end up on second, so a nice double. So the Pacers not going to just bow out with a 7-1 deficit. They're going to respond with some offensiveness. That's going to bring up Chaz Powell to the plate. And Chaz Powell with that great 80s hit by Wham, inspiring fear in the defense of the Bearcats. And Randy rocking a very pink shirt today. Athletic director of USC Aiken Pacers.
It is the Play for K.
Is that what it is?
Breast Cancer Awareness Today. And,
good to know. Good to know.
For women's basketball.
I did not know that. But now that I think about it, I've understood that her folks are in town, obviously.
Yeah, it's 2 another count.
That'll score 1. Easy out to first. Mercado ends up on third, but we chisel away at that lead.
Slowly but surely.
1 run at a time.
We'll bring up the region hitter of the week, Brian Pereira. Who, hitting a meager .406 on the season coming into the game.
Not too shabby.
I mean, he's decent.
That ball fouled back for strike 1.
I mean, the Bearcats looking right here will probably give up the run for the out and not even worry about trying to go home with the infield back. So it's 1s across the board. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Pereira digs back in.
High chopper down the first base line, but just foul.
Just a couple feet to the left, and probably a double down the line.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, good looking pitch there. Called strike.
Right on the outside corner, but
Yes.
great pitch.
That was a great pitch, and Pereira probably is not loving it, but props to the pitcher. Now it brings Zach Moon up to the plate. 2 outs, runner on third. That pitch missing low and away for ball 1. That one in the dirt. Good job by the Bearcat catcher to keep that one from getting back to the backstop. Mercado probably got the speed to get there. Should he get back to the backstop? 2-0 pitch. And again, Bearcat catcher having to keep that one from scooting on through. High and inside for ball 4. So Zach Moon sees nothing but balls. End up on first. So we got runners on the corner as Banks comes to the plate.
And I think it just went final at Limestone with USC Aiken winning 2-0 softball with Taylor Morgan throwing 14 strikeouts for another complete game shutout. So great job by her. And Hannah Price hit her second career home run, the freshman, Has 6 RBIs so far this week in 3 games.
So the senior and the freshman highlight that little victory.
So great
Good job
by
by Tay.
fun kid to be around, and she comes across as always upset or mean, but really she's not. As Banks smacks one into left center field for 1 run, and Pereira's on his. Oh, sorry, that was not Pereira. That was
Zach
Moon.
Rounded first and took 1 extra step and trying to inspire a throw, but went to stop, spun out, managed to get back. He kind of shrugged his shoulders at third base coach.
So it's 7-3 now, with Max Schoen at the plate.
Runners on first and second. 7-3 looks a whole lot better than the 7-1.
You know, just a touchdown away from taking the lead.
Yes, you are. Just a touchdown away.
Hey, get the field goal early on, and in the later innings, worry about the home run, and we'll be fine.
Hot shot. Good effort by Banks to get out of the way of that laser.
That's going to score 1 more. So it's 7-4. The runners on first and third.
So good hustle by Zach Moon. He might need oxygen over there in the dugout.
Which you'd say he's probably not the quickest guy on the team.
And guy that big, he couldn't be. So great piece of hitting by Maximilian Schoen. That's going to bring up Tyler Ammerman. Shortstop extraordinaire, freshman. I think. I may be wrong on that.
No, Ammerman's is a junior. He's another newcomer.
He's a junior, though. That's right. I apologize.
We have so many new people
He's
on
so
this team.
new to me. I know, right?
That you look all the way around. I mean, you have 7 new people.
And he comes in swinging and hitting the ball well off the end of the bat. That's a single. And all of a sudden, Pacers are only down by 2. Good piece of hitting.
That's going to bring up Luke Westerberg, sorry. So it's 7-5 now.
And no activity in the Bearcat bullpen.
And the one thing, if
You're seeing some boys run out there now. They seem like all of a sudden they're just dialing in on this kid.
you see number 17, Andrew Reardon, going down to start warming up, the senior from Sumter, South Carolina. And also you see J.D. Waite heading down. Waite's a junior lefty from Somerville, South Carolina. Give Americans a couple options depending on what they want to do. But the one thing is, if you see a game like this, you know, it's going to be a high-scoring affair.
Right.
And go through a lot of pitchers. You're going to see tomorrow, it's going to be going every pitcher about every inning or two, all the way through the day. So it's going to be another shootout tomorrow.
1-0 pitch.
He just
fouled straight down the third baseline. Just fouled, though.
He just missed it, being 7-6 and a double down the line.
But that'll even the count 1-1.
So even though the pitchers got down early, I mean, they're probably looking a little bit happier now that it's a 75 game so far. And
that's what I'm saying. It looks a lot better than 7-1. That ball missing high.
See if Westerberg can keep it going, though. 2-1 the count with 2 outs. And going back to softball for a second, Morgan only allowed 3 hits today, 2 walks.
She allowed 3 hits. Well, we'll have to have a word with her when she gets back.
All singles. I mean, what do you expect? But great job, Pacer softball.
Breaking ball missing high and outside. Count is 3-1.
And if you're Westerberg, would you take? I mean, you're looking at a pitch probably going down the middle. But are you taking it, or are you going to try to jump on it?
I tended to be a little aggressive when it came to these at-bats. I'm looking for something close to the strike zone, and I know this is one of the few times I get a guarantee, as close to a guarantee as you're going to get. He obviously was taken there to make the count 3-2. Because now it's back in the...
He can throw anything ball game.
Right. Pitcher steps off. Line ball fouled straight back. That'll return all the runners back to their respective bases. Three-two pitch. Breaking ball doesn't break enough, and that'll load the bases up, and that's going to bring up Mitchell Price to the plate.
The center fielder, Mitchell Price.
Mitchell Price had a nice base hit in the left field, his last at bat, if I remember right. And we've got a coach heading out to the mound to talk to his pitcher, and it looks like he's going to probably want to make a change right now with bases loaded. So we're going to take a break. We'll be right back right after this. And we're back in action. Meeting on the mound has concluded. Bases loaded. Price with a hot shot into the gap. That's going to score at least two. He's going to end up on second. And just like that, the Pacers have tied it up.
As I said in baseball, it's never over till it's over.
Great piece of hitting by the center fielder. And the Lander fans, bless their hearts, all of a sudden have a disgusted look on their faces.
You know, you don't too often see someone hit a single or double in the same inning.
I was going to bring up Skylar Mercado up to the plate.
Mercado, who doubled earlier in the frame.
Pitch missing high. Runners on second and third. This third inning has been an offensive explosion for both teams. And that's a hot shot that hits off the leg of the pitcher. And that's going to score one, two. And Mercado end up on first. It's just like that. The pitcher took a hot shot off his ankle, and that just ricocheted the ball out of reach of his first baseman.
You hope he's okay, though.
He looks like he's okay a little bit. I mean, more than anything, I think he's shell-shocked from this offensive outpouring by the Pacers. Pacers lead 9-7. It seems like just a few minutes ago we were down 7-1. And we're going to see a pitching change here. You got to almost feel confident. And we'll make the call to the bullpen. So we'll be right back right after this.
we are back with the Pacers leading 9-7 here in the bottom of the third inning. After they've scored 8 runs, this drove off the starting pitcher, and Andrew Reardon's going to come into the game. This is his 4th appearance of the season, holding opponents to a 167 average. He's only pitched 5.1 innings, but coming in a tough environment right now. Squaring off against Chaz Powell. Lefty versus righty.
Chaz Powell with a check swing.
He did not go, so ball 1.
That ball almost got away from him.
As we saw during his warm-up pitches, it was, something on Bull Durham a couple of times where he hit the backstop.
If we had a mascot, he'd probably be in.
Well, I'm glad the ace is not coming out till to the basketball game tonight.
That's right.
The last 2 basketball games of the season, 2 dates for basketball with tonight and Wednesday night. Senior night tonight for women's basketball cheer and dance, and Wednesdays for men's basketball. Should be fun times for both games.
Yes, it should be. That ball fouled, lifted high.
Hit it about a mile high, and
looks like it's going to be out of play.
It bounced pretty high, though.
Yeah,
It must hit the concrete.
Poor Kenny Thomas was standing over there. Caught him in the doom.
It's 2-1 count with 2 away.
Hard hit like that, it would send the ball back into the stratosphere. 2-1 pitch.
Ooh, Powell rips one into the dugout, and you heard the crowd just, man, that was, we joke about it, but, man, that was hard hit and kind of scary as hard as that was going into the dugout.
Yeah, he ripped that one hard. And
you almost wish there was some type of screener netting up in the dugouts as well, so they'd have to stay back and have a little bit of protection.
Two pitch, runner on first. Hot shot down the left field line, and it just hooks foul. You might have seen another score right there. Ball missing high, making the count 3-2. Chaz Powell in a weird spot right now because this kid's going to throw it hard. There's just no idea where it's going to go. As Kevin Costner would say, I wouldn't dig in if I were you.
Bull Durham?
Bull Durham reference.
You said Kevin Costner. It threw me off for a second. I wasn't sure which baseball movie it was. And he gets walked over there, so bringing up batter number 12, I believe.
I should have said Crash.
Crash Davis.
Crash Davis.
This is actually batter number 13 in the inning. And usually if you have 13 batters coming to the plate, you're going to score some runs.
That tends to be the case. Weird logical science there as Brian Pereira steps up to the plate. Runners on first and second.
As we know, I'm great with math, so that's how I figured that out.
Yeah, you're as gooder with math as you are with English.
Oh, that's why I got my degree in accounting.
Dang Skippy. Breaking ball catching the inside corner of the plate for strike 1.
Pereira's 0 for 2 in the game. Ground out and struck out. Yes, she struck out earlier this inning. 0-1 pitch. Ooh. Low and outside. 1-1 the count. As Reardon gets back on the rubber, toes it up and looking for the sign.
Looking pitch there for strike 2.
And the lefty on lefty matchups, they are tough. I mean, being the left-handed batter, I always hated doing that. And I talked to my nephew, who's a left-handed pitcher right now, young guy at 10 years old, and he's like, people standing so far back in the batter's box against me, as with good reasoning too.
Right.
But you know, when a pitch is being released behind your head, it's kind of scary to stay in there. 1-2 pitch, and he's gonna turn and look at second.
Fouls that one over into the picnic area.
You see a lot of batters ground it and chop it over the dugouts, which is kind of unusual.
Yeah, I know. That's twice we've actually seen that. Although I will say, I think one time it was them,
And once
then
was
once was us. So at least we're just showing them we can do it too.
anything you can do, I can do better.
Dang Skippy. That ball lifted straight back.
It's out of play, so the count's gonna remain 1-2.
Everybody's waiting to hear if it's going to hit the overhang, and guess not.
Might have gone a lot farther back. Fouls that one back, so we're gonna have another offering here in a second. The count still remaining 1-2.
You all right over there?
I am. Sorry, I took off my glasses for a second and I realized I couldn't get them back on my head.
The 1-2 pitch. Pereira waits, gets it, check swing.
And they're saying he did swing at that one. He's kind of arguing a little bit, but
The home plate said he didn't go.
in the,
The field said he did go, and that's a tough way to go. But, hey, credit the Pacers. They answered a 5-run assault by the Bearcats here at the top of the third with an 8-run assault in the bottom. We go into the top of the fourth with a 9-7 lead. We'll be right back right after this.
We are back at the top of the fourth inning with a 9-7 ball game. USC Aiken leads Lander. Lander scored 2 runs in the first and 5 in the third, and Pacers counter with 1 run in the bottom of the first and 8 in the bottom of the third. And Lynch misses 2-0 the count.
So he's picking up where he left off, getting behind.
And you hate to see that, but he's been behind almost every single batter today, I believe. But he works back in for 2-1 count.
Hot shot. That'll get through the infield all the way into right field for a nice base hit.
This is his first hit of the game. He's going to bring up Zach Daly, who
And that triple.
and he singled, so he's halfway through the cycle here in the fourth inning.
I'd like to see him get a strikeout to really complete the cycle. Lynch with a quick throw to first. Not in time. Looks like he was just trying to keep him on his toes. Pitch missing. 2-0 is the count. Called strike. So the 1-1 pitch, quick throw over to first. For some reason, I was thinking it was 2 balls, but apparently I got ahead of myself, which I've done that before. Runner's going.
And there's the second ball. The throw
He's
down
going to make
second.
it. Sean had a hard time getting his hands on the ball. Couldn't quite get it out of his glove to make the throw.
And we've seen yesterday and today, White has had some speed going around the base path, so he'd be tough even if it was a great throw.
Agreed.
So runner in scoring position. In the top of the fourth with nobody out. And that hit Daly, so I guess we can add that to the cycle and hit by pitch type stuff too. And I don't know,
It's not your typical within the cycle
no,
call,
but you know, he'll probably get a couple more at bats, and we'll see how he does the next couple times.
I was going to bring up Lesignan up to the plate.
And he's 0 for 2. And the scoreboard did go out, so and it came back on, and a little bit of a wiring issue out there where you're looking over in left center field. This misses low, ball 1.
Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball missing inside. Counts 2-0. Tough spot for a guy like Lynch to be in. You're used to coming in at the end of games when you only got to throw a small number of pitches if all goes well. Coming in this early, you could be out there for multitudes of innings, so it's kind of a matter of how do you pace yourself for this. Sure, Coach Thomas has them on some kind of account.
Absolutely, and I think that's the way that all the pitchers right now are still pretty early in the season.
Good looking breaking ball called strike there. We needed that one, 3-1.
I do think it's interesting that he's wearing like with the high stirrups and socks versus like some of them wear like pants all the way down the ankles.
I like it.
Throwing back a little bit old school.
I like the old school look. Being old school myself. Hot shot right up the middle. That's going to get all the way to center field. That's going to score at least 1. Put runners on the corners. Throw to third. And he's got him as he overran the bag. Tough break for the runner. I don't think he had any heads up that anybody was throwing to third. Miscommunication. I don't know. He looks like he realizes he messed up there.
And the third base coach was telling him to get down, but he was more so looking forward to going home. And usually the throw goes to second base at that point. But great job by the center fielder to catch him off guard for the first out.
Showing a little gun out there.
Similar to Tyler Moore last year in right field that could throw it all the way from right field over the dugout.
I'll never forget the first time I ever saw that arm stretched out as Barry comes up to the plate.
Barry 1-for-1 with the walk and the single, looking at strike. But it's 9-8 now. Pacers lead. Bearcat on second base. 1 away here in the top of the 4th inning. And then for the pitch with the strike. 0-2.
Pitch. Eventually. And we get a time called. Taking a little bit of extra time to communicate. Big swing and a miss there by Barry. And a throw down to first. This is a strikeout. Out number 2. That's going to bring Mangum up to the plate for the Bearcats. Good looking pitch there. Catching the inside corner for strike 1.
Pitch in the dirt, but nice pick by Sean.
Yeah, it was. Well, just a little overthrow there. Making the count 1-1.
He took something off that one.
Yeah.
That's going to tie the game, though. They throw home instead, and it's going to get away, and so the runner's going to go all the way to second base on that one. And he's going on the throw anyway when it went home, but still.
So just like that, you got a tied-up ball game. They inadvertently gave the runs to the Pacers on the scoreboard.
Scoreboard guy.
E to the scoreboard guy, as it is 9-9. There we go.
If you have any questions, just follow PacerSports.com, go to the website, click on the live stat link, which is different from the scoreboard, and Cody Kaiser will get you set straight over there.
That's right. As Kellner steps into the box with a runner on second.
With a 0-0 count. Fouls that one.
Fouls that one way out of play. Still hear the scoreboard operator just hitting buttons.
It should be 0-1, and there we go.
There we go. Chase that one to even the count 1-1. All those beeps sounded like an old Andrew Dice Clay comedy routine on Sesame Street. Hot shot. What a play by Pereira.
That's a SportsCenter top 10 play right there, folks.
That was a fantastic play by Pereira. But they were able to tie it up 9-9. As we get ready to bring our offense to the equation, we'll be right back.
And we're back here at the bottom of the inning. If you're just turning in, each team missed an extra point, and it's 9-9. You know, it gets a touchdown, field goal, missed the extra point. So
We got a barn burner, 9-9. That third inning wore me out emotionally.
and we've only got 2 basketball games left to go after this. And
And one of them's a senior night, so it's emotional. Zach Moon leading off for the Pacers. Reardon remains on the mound for the Bearcats. Catches outside corner there to even the count 1-1.
Moon singled and walked today. Scored a run in the third. Seemed like everybody scored in the third, though.
Yeah,
Almost.
if you didn't score in the third, you're a loser.
Well, between both teams, it seems like everybody scored in the third inning.
Zach Moon, 2-1 count. A little bit of action over in the Bearcat bullpen. See some spectating over the Pacer bullpen.
And Moon launches one
That
pretty
one
high.
might not come back. At the warning track, good effort, but not going to get there. And just like that, Moon.
His first home run since opening day.
So it's good to see him back, getting his swing back.
I'd say it's a moon shot, but that's kind of just pretty bad. Or he can go around the bases via moonwalk, but it's gonna be a long day, folks. So I wouldn't listen to our basketball broadcast tonight either.
Zach Moon going ham on that ball, so it's good to see him get his swing back. And
It's 10-9 now.
not sure a one-run lead will be enough. You might have to score a few more. Well, we'll bring Banks up to the plate. That ball missing high and inside. Good looking pitch there to even the count, 1-1. Just missing with that ball. 2-1. That ball catching the inside corner to even it up, 2-2.
At least we have some people listening all the way in Nashville today.
Yeah?
Coming back home, and we have Jillian Laws trying to get back home, and she won't catch it probably by the end of the game. Well, she might by the way it's going. But
Her little fella's pitching. I would hope she's
coming back from an interview.
maybe she'll understand that the text I sent her yesterday encouraging her in her interview did not make it to her, as I had an old number for her.
But she's getting back, and
Good shot there. That's going to get down and get hustled by the left fielder to get it back in, and Banks will end up on first. So he continues his high hitting ways.
he's only 7 for his last 8.
Bless his heart. He have to step that up.
Showing.
Max Shawn will come up to the plate. Right now, if I'm the coach for Lander, I'm not sure who to put up there. Seems like all of a sudden we're all seeing the ball well for the Pacers.
That's always a good thing if you're for USC Aiken.
Ball missing high. He throws a lot of velocity. I almost feel like anything you put on the bat is going to send it out of the ballpark. Took a little bit off that one. Catches the outside corner to even the count 1-1. Bullpen action for Lander picking up in its efforts. Long shot.
That's gone.
Very gone, and that will definitely expedite the effort out there in the bullpen. As Max Schoen just goes off on that ball.
So Pacers up 12-9 now as soon as he crosses home, which will be in a couple seconds.
This is just getting crazy.
This is like batting practice.
It really is. I mean,
First one to 21 wins.
The shortstop, Tyler Emmerman.
wow.
As the Aiken Standard editor just said, pay a 20 win, but you got to win by 2. So
You got to win by 2.
it's going to bring up Tyler Ammerman, who's 1 for 2 in the game.
Missing that one. It scoots on all the way back to the backstop. Catcher will go out and have a word with his pitcher.
And right now he's probably just trying to bide his time before
Right.
we see another pitcher come in.
A hard time seeing the number of the pitcher they got out in the bullpen.
But he's a righty.
32, I think.
Little bit of a sidewinder.
Tripper Ergel, freshman out of Blythewood, South Carolina, is what I'm seeing.
The 6'3", right-handed pitcher.
Pretty good sized looking fella from out here. That pitch missing inside.
So missing high and outside, low and inside. I mean, Ammer's going to be off the plate here in a second and probably staying out of the batter's box.
Our baseball players over in the dugout have been doing something kind of funny. I just caught on it. Right as the pitcher is getting ready to pitch, it's almost like they start applauding something. And it sounds really authentic. It sounds like something really great just happened, but the pitcher hadn't thrown it yet. It's kind of funny. And it seems to be working. Although he finds the metal there and gets a strike. 3-1 is the count. And the count is full. 3-2. Fouls that one off to stay alive. Now he misses outside. Ammerman will end up on first.
He's going to bring up Westerberg, who's 0 for 1, but walked and scored in the third.
Reardon really battling for Lander. Good thrower, but looks like he's about to get relieved. As the head coach for Lander walks out. We're going to have a pitching change up, and while we do, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. And welcome back, sports fans. Tripper Ergel, right-hander, freshman, 6'3", 264 out of Blythewood, South Carolina, will take the mound for the Bearcats.
And he has a 3.86 ERA. Fires one in there for a strike. This is his third appearance of the season. And Chip, let me ask you, what Pro Bowl player from this year is from Blythewood, South Carolina?
I have no idea.
Same high school as him. His name's Justin Bethel. Plays for the Cardinals.
Not gonna lie, I've never even heard of Justin Bethel.
He was a 6th-round draft pick out of Presbyterian College.
Well, there you go.
And
Which would be why you would know who he is.
he was one of my athletes when I was there.
Thank
And if you type his name on YouTube, you see him do a 60-inch box jump, which is pretty impressive.
I've probably seen that video, though. Ergel's got a really unique release point on his breaking ball. And it starts to break literally within 6 inches of leaving his hand.
Well, when you're that tall, it makes it understandable too.
I guess. It just almost looks like a wiffle ball. Hot shot down the third baseline. That's going to get past the third baseman. That's going to score.
No, it's gonna hold him up.
Well, it could have scored if they'd have sent him, but they held him up. And not sure I would have held him up right there. I'd have let him run. He's got the speed. A good double.
It's going to bring up Price, who's singled and doubled in the last inning.
There's a good example of that breaking ball I was talking about. That was fouled off by Mitchell Price. Runners on second and third, no outs. Pacers lead 12-9. Good looking pitch, just missing outside to even the count 1-1. That ball's going to get behind,
And Emmerman's going to try to score.
and he's going to make it in time.
So he's going to score in the wild pitch there.
So all runners advance 90 feet. Count is 2-1. Runner on third. Big swing and a miss there to even the count 2-2.
He's been swinging for the fences in the last couple times he's swung
Well,
the bat.
his last connection with the ball was pretty solid. Big swing and a miss there for out number one. That's going to bring up Mercado to the plate.
The second baseman, Skyler Mercado.
He's 2 for 3 in the game with single and a double. There's a couple RBI.
Ball just missing. Breaking ball fouled. Even the count 1-1. Caught the catcher a little funny. He seems to be all right. We're back in business. The 1-1 pitch. Mercado lets it go, and it's called strike just outside corner. Won't get the call there. Counts even 2-2. Big swing and a miss there. Breaking ball pitch, and that's only 2 outs. Pitcher going all chip on it and thinking ahead.
Yeah, if you can get away with it, you might as well try it.
But you can't, you're going to miss Chaz Powell's walk-up music? Are you kidding me?
I was saving it for next inning.
Even if we had 3 outs. No, you just go ahead and let that song play.
I know it's in your wheelhouse when you're like 20, but
3 or 4 many years ago. Chaz Powell steps up.
as Powell takes one outside.
I really like this kid's breaking ball. 32. It really has a unique breaking point.
You notice he's set up on the far side of the rubber too. And tries to throw it back across his body and gets him to ground out to shortstop. Makes the easy throw over for the final out of the inning. So Pacers score 4 in the bottom of the 4th and now lead 13-9 going to the top of the 5th. We're back here at the top of the 5th inning with Jimmy Lynch firing a high ball
To Will Jones, who's leading off for the Bearcats.
He struck out swinging in the first or in the second and flew out to center field in the third.
That ball fouled straight back. To even the count, 1-1. Good looking pitch there. Jimmy Lynch getting ahead of the batter. Yeah, nice change of pace. Definitely something we'd like to see him do. That one missing to even the count, 2-2. Big swing and a miss there.
Third baseman, Mason Dodd.
That ball's going to be ruled fair and quick tag at first for out number 2.
Nice Heisman pose by Pereira.
Yes, it was. I'm not sure that's what he was intending to do, but
That's
it
how I
sure
saw
worked
it.
out pretty good.
Yeah, bring up Curtis. He's 0 for 2 in the game.
That pitch gets an outside corner for strike 1. Ball lifted into left field, left center, and he'll grab it for out number 3. So 3 up, 3 down for Jimmy Lynch.
3 up and 3 down.
We'll be right back right after this.
We are back here. Bottom of the 5th inning, I think. I don't know. We're back at, yeah. Bottom of the 5th inning. And Pereira's up to the plate. He's 0 for 3. Stranded a couple people in his last at bat, but looks at the ball there as the Pacers got to the top of the 5th. 1, 2, 3.
Tripper Ergel remains on the mound for the Bearcats. Now pitch will catch the strike zone. 1-1.
It's almost amazing to me to see, like, he's set up so far, past the dugout. It looks like he's almost turned backwards.
Yeah, he definitely gets a lot of torque. That ball missing outside. 2-1 is your count. Odd shot to second. Fielded easily by the second baseman, and Pereira will be out. That'll bring Zach Moon up to the plate. Zach Moon, his last at bat, pretty successful, I'd say.
I mean, if you hit it with it or not, it's pretty good job.
I mean, it was only a one-run homer, but pretty successful for as far as home runs go.
I mean, as long as they go over the fence, they're pretty successful, I would think.
I think that's a yes. But some home runs, you get more runs than others. It's a weird world we live in. For those of you thinking we live in a fair world, welcome to reality. Check swing, called strike. The 0-1 pitch. Launched into center field. Got the center fielder on his horse, and why not hit another home run? Why not? Granted, it's only a one-run home run.
But it's his 3rd home of the season, tying Zach Moon for the team lead. Actually, that was Zach Moon. I think it was Pereira. I apologize. Yep. So
it's his 4th home run.
I guess it is. Every single time he hits one home run a game, he hits his 2nd one.
Well, yeah. I mean, you don't want to just walk out with one home run. That's so rude. Balance it out.
I mean, he did hit it center field this time. Maybe
he did straight. Yeah, so right field next.
Well, he's only hit all of his home runs were in the left field except for this one in center field. So I mean, he needs to go opposite field next time.
I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be picky.
But as you just said, life isn't fair. So I mean,
that's right. 14-9, the Pacers lead.
Yeah. As I was filling out my scorecard, I was a batter behind.
Banks hops that one through. Good play by the third baseman. And a good throw for out number 2. That's going to bring up Maximilian Schoen, a.k.a. Max. His last at bat, was it a home run?
Max, it was.
That's what I was thinking. Got the bug. And it's contagious. That ball in the dirt for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch. Chopper, shortstop's got to make a heck of a play. He does, but it's not going to be in time as Schoen legs out a single. Good hustle by the short. Stop, but couldn't make it happen.
Look at that speed over there by Schoen. I mean, he should be at the NFL Combine for that 40-yard.
He was but a blur. If you squint really hard, he was a blur. He actually moves pretty good for a catcher. Ball lifted into the gap, and left fielder come over and get it. Retire the side, but not before the Pacers add 1. Pacers lead 14-9 as we head into the top of the 6th. 15 hits to their 7. No errors for either team. We'll see you shortly. And welcome back as Matt White step into the box to lead off for the Bearcats here at the top of the 6th. Jimmy Lynch remains on the mound. Mustache looking ever so dapper. First pitch called strike, catching the outside corner of the plate.
Takes another strike on the outside corner and talking with his other half, Jimmy Lynch's other half right now, and she's like, if you need someone else to commentate when you're going to basketball, just leave a phone there. I'll watch the game on YouTube and try to commentate, through the mic, but I don't think we can do that yet. Close. But that one's fouled out of play. Still 0-2.
Plus, I don't think we want her driving and commentating. Just saying, it's Jenny Law. Driving's already a challenge.
But she's flying today. She's in the airport waiting for her plane to take off.
Oh, then, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. I would never have Jenny drive and text or talk or anything else like that.
And I hear she loves the mustache. 0-2 pitch.
Misses there, 1-2.
Breaking ball in the dirt. Sean's going to have to make a throw to first to get the official out.
That's the third time today, though, that trying to make the throw to first, and that's the second time they've got somebody out.
Center fielder, Zach Daly.
So 2 out of 3 is not too bad.
It's going to bring up Daly with the triple and the single and a walk.
A little bit high. Lynch taking ownership of that one, saying, my bad. We're going, yeah, you threw it.
Yeah. That's what I never get with people when, like, I messed up. Well, if you're the one that did it. He misses high there, 2-0.
I don't know who else is going to take credit for it.
I mean, the catcher should have done a better job of framing it, maybe.
I don't think you can frame missing that bad. Good looking pitch there, just missing. We're 0-3. Zach Daly at the plate.
And
four straight balls will put Daly on first.
So
Daly's the one that overran third base earlier and was tagged out.
it's going to bring up the Signan. 1 for 3. Singled in the 4th. Scored twice because he struck out swinging and managed to get to first.
Pitch just missing. One 0 pitch.
Still waiting on it, and there it goes. And
Nice little breaking ball for a strike. The 1-1. Quick throw to first, and it's going to get by. And
it's going to be an error on Jimmy Lynch trying to pick him off. And
I would throw it to third because he has a tendency to overrun it, but and ball picked off by Emmerman. Cut off, I should say.
So the failed pickoff over there. It's going to allow the runner to go from first to third with only 1 out.
Swing there, or check swing, called strike. The 1-2 pitch. Lifted high into foul territory. Might run out of real estate. Oh, it's going to be close. And it is squeezed for out number 2.
As we saw that yesterday, the wind got a hold of it. I believe it was yesterday. And the ball dropped in foul territory, and everyone was just standing and saying, why didn't you catch it?
Because I thought it was in Beach Island.
But is that place is actually a beach or an island or neither?
It's neither. And they misspelled beach. Breaking ball missing. Making the count 1-0. Big swing and a miss there, 1-1. Barry sitting on a 2-1 count. Good looking pitch there to even the count 2-2. Hot shot fouled into the Bearcat dugout. So we'll do that all over again. Deuces are wild across the board.
3 of a kind. Working a full house.
That's a card reference.
Pereira with another Heisman pose and taps third unassisted for the final out of the frame, but going to the bottom of the 6th, Pacers lead 14-9.
And welcome back as Luke Westerberg will lead off for the Pacers. Nothing's changed in the pitching. Westerberg fouls that one back over our dugout. One hops it. Pretty impressive one hop. Breaking ball. That'll catch us. Corner for a strike.
Westerberg, who's 1 for 2 with the walk and a run scored.
I'm pretty sure it should be 0-2. There we go.
Can we go E on the scoreboard guy again?
So
everything's
or
unearned?
S for slow.
But either way, it's a strikeout. So
Swung and a miss there for a K.
all these letters.
Give me some vegetable soup.
Oh, that was bad. But funny. So
It was badly funny as Mitch Price comes to the plate. Mitchell Price.
he's 2 for 3 with a single and a double
He is seeing the ball well.
in the 3rd inning.
Big swing and a miss there. Strike one. Tripper Urgel. I really like what he throws. I like that we hit that, though. Nice hit by Price as that one scoots. It's a hot shot under the glove of the third baseman.
You bring up Mercado, who's 2 for 4. Driven in a couple runs and scored once.
Breaking ball catching the outside corner for strike one. Mitchell Price. Wow. You don't see that very often, but definitely shooting off to second. Big swing and a miss there to make the count 0-2. Mitchell Price looked a little bit like a cartoon character trying to get back to first.
The strikeout looking right there, and it's a nice pitch though.
Yep, called just enough the outside corner. And Chaz Powell again with the manliest walk-up song in the business. I feel so pretty when I hear it.
I'm glad you do.
Mitchell Price wreaking havoc on Urgel. Over there, you got him a little flinchy. Breaking ball missing, outside corner for ball one.
And Powell's 1 for 3 with a walk.
That ball's going to hit Chaz Powell, so he'll get a free pass.
The first baseman, Brian Pereira.
And I'll bring up Brian Pereira.
Pereira still looking for his first hit of the game.
High chopper to first. Bang, bang play. Good play by the pitcher to get to it, and that'll retire the side. So at the bottom of the sixth, as we get ready to head to the top of the seventh, Pacers lead 14-9. We'll be right back right after this. Welcome to the top of the seventh. John Mangum is going to lead off for the Bearcats. Jimmy Lynch remains on the mound for the Pacers. Lineups remain intact. Nothing changed. Lynch coming out strong, throwing heater right down the pipe. Fouled off for strike one. Definitely want to see Jimmy Lynch get ahead of some batters.
We have not seen that too often today.
He's been, a little bit of Jekyll and Hyde there as that one misses even to the count, 1-1.
And even though he's pitching, his other half is getting ready to board a plane from Nashville back to the area, so she won't be able to see him or his great mustache.
They have internet on the airplane, so that ball is hit down the left field line. That's going to be a double. Chaz Powell trips over his cleats, but I don't think it would have changed anything. So, good piece of hitting by Mangum.
The left fielder.
That's going to bring up Taylor Kellner to the plate. Left fielder.
He hit a grand slam in the third frame.
Jimmy Lynch will remember that well. You're hoping he's not remembering it right now. Ooh, nice hot shot. That's going to get way out there into the center field, and that's going to score one.
As you saw, that Mercado was just about behind first base almost on
Yeah,
the
they
shift.
definitely had him shifted over pretty hard.
Second baseman, Will Jones.
And I'm going to start for Lynch as the bullpen is up for the Pacers. Looks like Joe Marlowe is trying to get loose. The score at 14-10 now with nobody out. Jones at the dish, but Lynch throws it over to first, making sure that Pereira is ready to play some more ball.
And indeed, it is Joe Marlowe out there warming up. Good eyes.
I took a guess.
Ball in the dirt. That's a good looking pitch there. Catch the inside corner of the plate for strike one. 1-1. Runner on first. No outs. Here at the top of the seventh. Nice change of speed there. A little breaking ball to swing on and miss. 1-2 is the count. Lynch with a quick throw over to first, and good job by Pereira to keep that one from getting all the way back to the vents. Whew, good looking pitch there. He almost went with it, but wisely laid off. Even the count 2-2. Good pitch. Lifted straight up in the air and
That's out of play.
fouled. There's a big old former Pacer baseball player walking in here.
And now a cop.
Now he's an officer of the law. He's the kind of guy that his size will inspire you to
Do the right thing.
do the right thing.
Bill Gerstenslager.
Mm-hmm. Ball lifted high into left field. Don't think this one's got the distance. Squeeze for out number one.
The third baseman, Mason Dodd.
Looks like Rob Osenley is with him. With Bill, that is. I should say, I forget y'all aren't watching what I'm watching.
As Dodd steps to the plate and takes the ball. throw over to first. Hot shot back up the middle for a base hit. And it's going to be runners on first and second now.
The right fielder, Jordan Curtis.
That's going to bring back up Curtis. He's 0 for 3 in the game. Grounder straight to Pereira. He's going to get the second out of the frame with an assisted tag at the base. But both runners are going to move up, so runners on second and third with 2 outs. It's going to bring up the leadoff hitter.
Matt White.
And Coach Thomas is going to go to the mound, and I think we're going to have a pitching change. So Pacers leading 14-10. Runners on second and third with 2 outs here in the 7th inning. We'll be back in just a moment. And we are back here in the 7th inning with Joe Marlowe coming on the mound. Marlowe, this is his 4th appearance of the season, pitched 5.1 innings, holding opponents to a 111 batting average, and has not allowed an earned run all season long. But first pitch, he drills them. So bases are loaded.
Well, that's one way to announce your presence with authority.
Center fielder, Zach Taylor.
As hard as he throws, he probably won't feel that till next week.
He's probably going to leave a bruise on him for about a month, though.
Did not feel good, but that does load the bases up.
All it means is to force it at any base. That's all it was.
Oh, yeah.
It's better
easy.
than walking them.
Oh, yeah.
That takes three
You got to
more
throw a
pitches.
few extra pitches here. You just beat them once.
As long as the person's is okay.
It's called managing your pitch,
pitch
count. Oh, Lord, he got into that one, but it's fouled into Neverland have fouled him.
And the Bearcat Nation was thinking that was a grand slam, but it was
He
about
hit
70
that
feet foul.
strong. Yes, he did. Zach Daly. That would have tied things up pretty nicely for the Bearcats. Marlowe shakes off the first call.
0-2 pitch.
That's a hot shot into right field. Good job by Daly. That's going to score at least a couple. Put runners on the corners. And they give the score to the wrong team. That should be the Bearcats. It's a simple process, really, when you think about it.
You know, visitor +2. It's not a hard thing.
So I was going to bring up Lesignan up to the plate.
He scored a couple times today. But Marlowe's going to go ahead and toss it over to first base.
Well, the way things are going, I'd feel more comfortable going to first than to the plate. Marlowe's got what it takes. Big swing and a miss there.
And we're having some more issues with the scoreboard. It's 1 strike.
The 0-1 pitch. That'll even count out 1-1. Hey, we found the right buttons. See, even a blind hog can find a nut every once in a while. The 1-1 pitch.
Yes.
I shot back into the Bearcat dugout.
It's 1-2, and you know, folks, like we said earlier, it's going to be in a few minutes. We're going to have to leave and go to basketball. We won't have any live stats. We'll leave the video up.
But this is where we invite you to do what we do, and you'll see how hard it is. You talk through the cast and have fun with it.
We got about 15 minutes before we have to leave, but just want to go forewarn you. What's going to happen is he misses outside 2-2 with 2 outs.
In fact, if you can record yourself doing what we do with the video, send it to us. We'd like to check it out. Who knows? Maybe you too could be a professional sportscaster. The pay's not great, but every once in a while you get a free candy bar. That ball missing just outside, the count is full.
And sometimes the water.
Yes, I had this Coke I did not pay for this Coca-Cola that I have been drinking. Not trying to be your tempters, people, just saying.
Yeah, full count here, so the runner on first will be going. Wind blowing left to right.
That ball in the dirt. And that's going to load the bases. He's going to bring up Thomas Berry to the plate.
Berry's walked and scored earlier and singled in a run in the first.
Ball in the dirt for ball 1. Marlowe might be pressing just a little bit.
You just hope that he doesn't give up a grand slam like they did earlier in the game.
Good looking pitch there. Looked like a 2-seamer to even the count 1-1.
Here's a pitch.
The ball in the dirt.
walks the run in, so it's 14-13 now. And Bearcat Nation is pretty happy right now after he's walked back-to-back batters.
Catcher, John Mangum.
Just going to bring up Mangum.
We're going to have a little meeting on the mound, though.
But so, as Nolan Belcher talks to the pitcher, we'll be back in just a minute. And that meeting was pretty quick, just to remind them that Pacers are still leading. So no pressure at all. All you got to do is induce a grounder or pitch a breaking ball in there for a strike, and we'll be good.
So the 0-1 pitch. Make that 0-2.
So the best PA announcer in the country is left to go get ready for basketball.
That's
Has
right.
to save his voice.
And just so you know, it's not it's a matter of scheduling, and women have basketball
Senior day.
Senior day.
So we need to make sure that everybody's up there for that. And this is also what happens when you have a staff of one full-time person in the office. We do what we can, and sometimes you just run into conflicts.
And today be conflicted. You're welcome for the fantastic grammar that I just displayed.
The Augusta State education, was it?
Augusta College, thank you.
Oh, back then, yes.
The 1-2 pitch.
I should say growing up you were from Colorado, though.
Yes,
So.
yes. My primary education happened a mile in the air. The air is very thin there.
Denver?
I rest
Was
my
it?
case. Boulder,
Okay.
but about 30 minutes from Denver.
Getting to know all my cities in Colorado. I've never been there, but still. So 2's across the board, and we're going to call time. I say we're not going to call time. The batter is.
I was going to say, I don't think we have that authority even with all the microphones and such.
We can just set them down, but people will probably be happy.
Right. So here comes the 2-2. Big swing and a miss. Good job by Marlowe to retire the side, but not before the Bearcats put 4 on the boards. They're within 1 as we head into the bottom of the 7th. This is where we're going to reach a stretch. We'll be back. And welcome back as Zach Moon steps up to the plate. Ergel's still on the mound, and he's going to hit Zach Moon in the back.
That's one to make sure that he doesn't hit a home run.
That's one way to do it. But then you got Banks coming up, and I'm not sure you want to really get him fired up.
I mean, he has been out twice today, and he's 6'8", so his last 8 at bats.
So Banks will take the first pitch called strike. Runner on first. Ergel hits Moon in the back with a pitch.
And Moon's not going to run too far. He's probably still back's a little tender.
Yeah, I imagine that it probably tickled a little bit. And ball missing inside. 2-1 is your count. (14-13) is your score. Pacers hold on to a 1-run lead here in the bottom of the 7th.
Made her miss the extra point.
It's all about the details, people. That inside pitch getting called strike to even the count 2-2. Banks not agreeable to the call. That pitch missing to make the count full. Pretty sure I heard the word meathead in reference to the officiating crew.
Yeah, we hear that too often from our fans.
From a recognizable voice, nice high chopper to third. Third baseman was going to try to turn it into a double play. Can't even get the out at first.
And
That high bounce was just enough.
And you have to give that a hit on that one.
Yeah, he had to wait for it to come back down. That's going to bring up Max Schoen to the plate.
Catcher, Max Jones.
Those are aggravating plays to have to make because there's nothing you can do. You just got to wait for it to come back down, and looks like the coach is going to have a word with his pitcher, which we might be getting ready to see a pitching change with the Bearcats. So with that said, we'll be right back. And it wasn't a pitching change. It was just a little chat with the pitcher, and it worked out well as he comes out throwing a two-seamer for a strike. Runners on first and second, no outs here at the bottom of the 7th. Schoen takes a cut at that one. Fouls it back. 0-2 is your count. Breaking ball. Nice pitch. Good job by Schoen to not chase it. Tried to lure him to swing at that outside ball.
1-2 count, nobody out. Runners on first and second.
Schoen will foul that one back out of play. Count remaining 1-2. One-two pitch.
Fouled.
So we got out in front of that one pretty quick. Little breaking ball. That one took a direct left. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. Again. Hot shot into center field, and that's going to be a long base hit. Good job by the center fielder to get that ball back into play. Looks like Zach out there. Zach Daly.
It's going to bring up Ammerman.
Tyler Ammerman had his first hit of the game
In the third inning with
in
the
the third.
RBI single to left. He walked and scored in the, looks like in the fourth. I can't tell my innings anymore after everything else, but we're going to have a pitching change. So
There you go.
with the bases loaded, nobody out, we'll be back in just a minute with Pacers leading 14-13 here in the seventh inning. And we're back here. Bottom of seventh inning, Pacers lead 14-13. Bases loaded, nobody out as Nathan Blaylock steps on the mound for the Bearcats. He's got an ERA of 0.00. He's got 1 win, no loss, and this is his 4th appearance. He's thrown 2.1 innings, but he's allowing a opponents to bat 364 off of him. Lefty versus righty matchup, so we'll see how this goes. Ball in the dirt. I'm going to start for the Bearcats, but 1-0 count to Ammerman.
Who kindly picks up the mask and hands it to the catcher. A little show of respect amongst athletes. One 0 pitch. Now it's just missing high. They make it 2-0. That's a good looking pitch there. 2-1. That ball about 2 feet short of the plate. Ball 3. That pitch high, missing, and that'll score 1 on the free pass.
So it's 15-13 now.
That's going to bring up Luke Westerberg, right fielder for the Pacers. Bases loaded, no outs. Tough situation for a Lander pitcher to have to come into. That ball into the dirt, hits high off the shin pad of the catcher, and that's going to advance runners and pick up another run.
We get 16-13 now. Still with nobody out and runners on second and third. So if you're the Pacers, it's a pretty good start to the inning.
You're having a good time. You're having a good time.
The infield creeps in to make sure that nobody else crosses home, but Westerberg bloofs one in the outfield down to right, and so the runner's going to try to score from third, and does easily. So 17-13 now with 1 out and a runner on third base for the Pacers.
Good at bat by Westerberg. Now it's going to bring up Mr. Mitchell Price.
So with 1 down, Price takes the offering and it's a strike on the outside corner. Fouls that one back, 0-2.
And ball in the dirt. Make the count 1-2.
Slap someone to third.
High shot to first.
Or sorry, first, sorry.
He'll look the
He looks the runner back to
runner
third.
back to third. There you go.
Yeah.
I knew it was right in your head. It just came out all wrong in your mouth.
That happens from time to time.
I've heard of such things.
I'm not the best speaker in the world. Why did I not major in communications? So 2 away here in the bottom of the 7th. Pacers still lead 17-13, threatening with their runner about 85 feet away from home plate. Big swing and a miss there by Mercado. And as we said, in just a couple minutes, folks, we are going to be leaving the live stream on, but we will not have live stats or audio anymore as we have to go do basketball for Senior Day. We will keep the video on throughout the remainder of the game, and we apologize about that. It's just one of those things with, we don't have enough people to help us out right now. And
Can only be in one place at one time.
And so we apologize, but hopefully you'll watch a great end of the game. Two, 1 count.
High shot to third.
And it's going to get over the first for the final out of the inning, but heading to the 8th, Pacers lead 17-13.